Hello, chat. Hope y'all are doing fantastic today. Oh, that's the wrong button. The plan is recreate the Posterize stuff within Blender, ideally in a way that doesn't cause Blender to crash like the old attempt did. I'm trying to load that recently. Yeah, get that all packaged up into a nice format that I can import into existing files easily. I don't think it'll be too much of a challenge, but you know, it's Blender, so surprises abound. Let's see if OBS decides to cooperate today. Will you guys get audio if I get audio? Oh, you guys have it. I don't. Oh, hold. Okay, let's try that. Okay, I have audio. You don't have audio. Can we make it so we both have audio? Yes. It's working. And I'm kind of wanting to change those filters. Hold on. Filters. Let's see if I can remember what this does. Expander. Well, that doesn't seem to do anything. Oh. That clearly did something useful. All right. Compressor. Hey, hold on. I think I may have upped that a bit too much. Maybe that's enough. Oh, no. Putting that back. I liked where that was to begin with. Okay. I think that's okay. We'll find out in the VOD. Oh, heavens. Okay, that is not where I was doing the work. Fire pump. Still very weird that this file can't be opened anymore. Okay, well, if I can't open it, it's useless to me. Oop. Let's see if the first backup can get into at least. Because it... Whoa! Hello. Oh. Oh. But there was... That's unfortunate. Because there's like nothing here. All right. maybe. Oh. Well, that's not good. Okay, so I was somewhere in the process at this point. Yeah. I think I need to start from scratch. Just because I don't know where the break in that is, and this shader is simple enough. I should be able to manage this without whatever, like recreating from scratch should be relatively. Okay, how do I just create a new group? That didn't seem to do anything. That did not do anything. And let's pull up the shader code. Where did I put that? There you are. Okay. Oh, right. Daily boot. Hold on. Hold, please. Uh-oh. Ooh. Ooh. Excellent. Okay. Everything's working. Good. Open. So first things first, we have inputs of the color count. The dithering amount. Well, I don't need that here. What's the first thing we do? Load this image. Okay. Right, I need the pixel coordinate. How did I do that before? Under get pixel. Coordinate from in positive. So I might need to upgrade Blender for this. I might need, because I think this is in a later version of Blender. Yep. Hold on. I thought I got a newer version of Blender though. Hold up. Yeah. Oh. I wonder if the file I deleted was made in this version of Blender and I'm an idiot. Uh-oh. Well, not much I can do about it now. Son of a gun. That's almost certainly the problem. Shoot. Okay. Great. Sockets. Okay. Also. With an input that is a float. Minimum of 1. Max of 64. Step size. On here I have 0.01, but I think this is subtype is don't need a subtype. This one's also going to float hither, ranging from 0 to 5. Only output should be an int. Or color. Don't worry about it. Fine. Alright. What do we do with it? Calculate A, B, and C. Which are a bunch of fancy math. Oh, What are these uniforms? Zero center coordinates normalized along a larger dimension for uniform scaling. Okay, so that's going to be a bunch of floating point numbers. Normalize. Normalized coordinates with half pixel offset. Probably not what I'm looking for. Then integer pixel coordinates, probably from 0 up to whatever our dimensions are. Which is what I need. Let's add utilities. I need a whole bunch of math, but also, is there vector math in here? Like, over in Shader, we had vector math pretty easy. Oh, that's fine, but not. Dude, sometimes just finding stuff in here is the worst. Vector map. Oh, this is different from... Okay. Now, this is very different from the menus in previous versions. Okay, playing. Sorry, I'm just reading over this for a second. Here, I'll show it here. So these I can keep as vector operations. That'll keep it simpler. I'll have to have a vector input for that. No problem. Okay, let's just do this in order. So it's just floor of mod of path of module. Oh. Okay. No, but that's not a vector operation. I probably don't have... Oh. Fine. Hold up. Now, the floor operation... Okay, yeah, single input. Oh, add utilities, vector, separate XYZ. Add some math here. X, Y, add it together, then modulo, is that right? Yes. And not floored. Now, what is the difference between a truncated modulo and a floored modulo? Differ only in how they handle negative numbers, based on whether the division result is truncated below 0, counted down. Huh? For instance, this truncated is -2. While that floored is -3. I'm pretty sure I want floored. Now, odd question. Is this floor implicit, or is it doing something else? So floor takes you down to the next integer. Odd already sets you to an integer. So I think this flooring is superfluous. But I'm not confident in that determination. Okay, so this is my C. Modulo, then we chord. And just to be clear, this... Oh! Hold on. This is not just adding those together, it's adding... Now... Is that different than what I'm doing here? I don't think so. Because two numbers added together, then modulo something, versus two numbers first moduloed, added together, then moduloed again, I think gives you the same result. I'm not gonna find this answer online. Sum of modulo equal to modulo of sum. We define A mod n as A over n. That's just so the notation's easy. It is well known that the sum modulo... Okay, yeah. It is well known. Well, is it well known? Maybe among you mathy people. Please disregard my math background. It's blushing right now. So, for it, mod it, add those together, mod them. That does output my C, but wait. So do I not need the A or the B after that point? No. Well, that's disappointing. Alright, so... not needed. Not needed. Boop boop. So we just add them together. And that gives me my C. Should work. Now, what are we doing next? Hold on, let me close that, but don't keep opening it. Alright. So now we take each color times by the number of colors, add the dithering, divide by the colors again, and multiply by and whatever this is, then alright. mess up. Abilities, vector. We're doing multiply, add, divide, multiply. Okay, I can combine that. Now, if I plug a constant into here, is that kosher? Take the color, multiply by my color count, add my C, no, not my C, my dither. RGB. Oh, hold on. I need to operate on just RGB, not alpha. Is there a way to separate out alpha? Unfortunately, their Posterize is garbage compared to this. Yeah, fortunately, that's all I can do here. But I can at least combine them into a single vector first. Add abilities, vector. Combine. That is pure color, no alpha considered. Leave that in as my vector here. Alpha add. Or multiply add words. Then divide by the colors. That divided by color count. Multiplied by yeah, this C is doing a whole bunch of work that I don't fully understand. And by not fully, I mean I basically don't understand it at all. Okay. Name this. Call it C2, just for fun. One track. Oop. Now do basically the same thing again. Multiply, but subtract. Of course there's no multiply subtract. Why would there be? And tracking off dither. Okay, divide by color count, apply, divide, and then multiply by C2. Ugh, that is some ugly nodes. Is there any way to unravel this mess? Helps a little bit. Sort of. But it doesn't help to understand why this is happening. Let me see if I can just start to understand this, and maybe I can put like groupings around it so it makes more sense. Oh, I forgot to put the rounding in there. Whoops. Add. Round happens before we divide by color. So right after the multiply add up here. More space. Ah! Just to make it distinct that, like, this is one operation, this is a separate operation, in case I need to review this in the future. Okay, so that should, here. Nice. Oh, great. Is there... Yes, there is rerouting. So I need first to separate that back out to XYZ. Sector separate XYZ. Oh. And color, fine color. Is there, like, easy way to reposition this? Oh well. Great. Fine. I should get a visual out of this. Poop. All right. Okay. That's better. Oh. That explains that. Lovely. Not lovely. Oh. Hold up. Oh, they must have changed naming or something. Just to make sure we're on the same page. Good. Now, at what point am I going to zero? Up there. Nice. Is there a way to make a custom node that just does some code execution? Custom Python code in Blender, you need to use Blender's pipe guy. So yeah, you register custom pipe. Oh, hold on. I did this wrong. Yeah, so I calculated this and then just set. So this, instead of accepting this color, needs this color. From right, this should now, yep, that is correct. Now, just to add these two together should do it. Well, there's a visual at least. It's a wrong visual, but there's a visual. Huh. Right? Do I have an if logic? No. Maybe mix color. Do what I need. Yes. Because I need to be able to turn this off. Okay. And know whether or not yeah, it's not what I want. Type none output. That is just a pure pass-through. Actually, better yet, let's base this off of render model. Hold up. Why you not have output? Where is my output? Oh, there it is. Now, if I've done this right... Nope. Did not do that right. Hold on. If this is a 1, then there should be no dithering. So why is there... Ah, that's why. It helps if you connect the code. So now we're at least in the ballpark of right. What the heck is going on here? Do I have these settings saved somewhere? Maybe yes. That very wrong. Yeah, that seems ridiculously. Just in case, let's look at the last output that ran with that. Get yeah, that's not the same, is it? The thing is, it's close enough that my math can't be crazy wrong. This should give me that integer. This is just telling it every other one do this. I will try doing the modulo twice for this. That's no difference. Something. I want to try doing this just with one channel first. But now I can't really. Okay, so the green channel has the biggest impact. On whatever is eliminating the colors in the shadow. So, in case that math is different, gonna do single channel operations for. I need multiply round. Multiply, add, round. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of math nodes. Come on. String multiplied by color count. Round it. Divide it. Something feels off. Hold on. I didn't add the dither in. This multiply add has thrown me off. Add round. By then multiply by then we do basically that whole chunk again. Hold up. Is that what I did wrong? No. Yeah, ignore that for now. Multiply. Add the dither. Round it. Divide. Color count. Multiply by. Okay. Now. Here. And that. Multiplied by colors again. Cracked off. Round it. Divide by the color count. Multiply by C. Huh. Clearly done something wrong, but what? Oh. Did not change anything. Still taking dither. Color count. That's correct. That's not. That's correct. The heck am I doing wrong? Unless this pixel thing is not what I think it is. Sure. Image, coordinates. Pixel space coordinates representing the center position of each pixel. A half pixel offset applied. Do I need to just like subtract 0.5 from each of them? No. Might need to do like a pre-multiplied alpha thing though. Hold up. Okay, that kinda sorta helped. I mean, that's wrong, but kinda sorta helped. Let's just review this one more time because I have to have missed something. Taking green. Yep. Multiply by color count. Add on the dither. Then round that. Divide by color count. Then multiply the whole thing by C. just the two things added together. Mod 2. What if this is not what I think? Just in case. Go up here and operate on you. Okay, no change there. Oh, nice. And over here, that's just the source colors. Okay. What am I doing wrong? Oh. What? Oh, that's fine then. That's not fine. What the heck? Hmm. Very wrong. Wait. Oh, those aren't... This is the C I care. Okay, those do nothing. What the hell, guys? Multiplies, subtract, green, multiplied by color count, subtract dither, round it, multiply, subtract, round, divide by color count, good, multiply by D2, then just add those two results together. So why is it so different? Like, it's not even a little different, it's massively different. Well, kind of at a loss here, guys. Here's something we can do. That's probably a stupid idea. See what AI does with this. Create a compositor for Blender that replicates this shader code. This DLSL shader. What's it gonna say? Builds a 2x2 checkerboard pattern, applies posterization with plus divot. Add texture coordinates. Separate XYZ. Image pixel to compositor. Other color path. Wait, C equals 1, C equals 0? What? Then you want to fix them rather than add them. Allegedly. Alright, I can try that. Change this to be a mix. Not that, but factor, according to that, is C. Sounds like nonsense. Then again, I also don't understand this code that well. Gold. Nope. Okay, it's definitely not happy with that. I'm not running that, thank you. That looks terrifying. I mean, I can do that in a separate editor just to see what it produces. Let's save. Alright, what are you gonna do? Ooh, didn't like something already. Scene object has no. Really? You're removing used nodes in Blender 6? What? Alright. Huh. How do I get the tree? No. Well, I'm glad I saved. That was replaced by compositing node group. Okay. Line 6. Okay, lines 7. Compositor node. No, compositor node. get manually. Shader node value? Try it. Sound right. Sounds like you're hallucinating. Or not. "28. This is going to be shader node texture coordinates, isn't it? Nope. Under CPY, create node for texture coordinates. Why? Why? Not a shader node tree. Error. Not a shader node tree. Try to add a shader node. Leave this in a compositor tree. Liar! Liar, liar, pants on fire! Oh, image coordinates. Line 31. Okay. Blender list of all node types for compositor nodes. No, no, no. Nope, nope, nope. What did it want? Separate X, Y, Z. Where is separate vector? Y, create node to separate X, Y, Z. Editor there. Or composite. Compositor? No. Separate X, Y, Z. Oh. Did it actually do anything remotely useful in here? Like, can I piece this together now that something's here? What? The hell? Oh, right. Hold up. What? Hold up. Where is my blender? How strange. I don't see a blender. Hold up. Blender, 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 blender. Python. Oh. So, how is Windows deciding what version of Blender to use? Here is the one that it's using. Ah. Well, that makes more sense. They're like a create launch workflow. Okay. And now I've totally forgotten what I was looking for. Oh yeah, I wanted to see if the creation of C is different. If I separate it out. So instead of doing floored modulo, we're going to do rounded modulo, or a truncated modulo, followed by 4. Okay. Up. This becomes a floor. Still no change. Feet are just disappearing. Let me try this a different way. Stay where we are. I want to try this different way. That's my C. That's my C2. Okay. Check the math. Add the dither. Then round. Feels like there might be a problem. Multiplied by C. First question, what happens if I just plug that in the output? Pretty. Not useful, but pretty. All right. Blender, positor, nodes, separate RGB alpha from color. Image color. Separate color. Yeah, no. Nope. Positor. Apply. New alpha to thing. Oh, there's just a set alpha node. Awesome. color set. Oh, of course it is. Okay. If I'm right, add color. Oh, add color. Separate color. Yeah, that's something. That was the multiply by. This chunk is done. This multiply might not be necessary, multiplying by C and C2. Also missing a step. That looks way more promising, but I think I'm about to get the same result as I had before. Pretty sure I'm getting the same result. Yep. Poop! Okay, so this step is totally unnecessary. Plus side, I think I'm understanding this code a little better. So C is either 1 or 0, and it's saying, okay, so for every other pixel, we are taking either this formula or this formula, and we are saying, okay, so there's so many colors, defined by this colors uniform. And then we offset by dither to force neighboring pixels either up or down to the nearest color in these big subdivisions. Okay. I now understand better. But why the heck is this coming out the way it's coming out? Image, copy. Heck? Want to crop this pretty please. Confirm. Apply. There we go. So this is the effect that I should be seeing with those settings. This is everything I should see. Compositor, what is the pixel output of the image coordinate integer-based pixel space coordinates representing the center position of each pixel, half pixel offset of thought. Back horizontal pixel location, pixel image. A half pixel offset is added calculation, so calculations align precisely with the center. I think it should make it different, but I don't get it, dude. I don't get it. Yeah, that add is meaningless. Because everywhere on the pixel is still using, like, it's still an integer that's being used, so that shouldn't matter. Now hold on. This should be a checkerboard. Why is this not a checkerboard? Uh-oh. Oh, I took out the multiply by C. If I want to reincorporate multiply by C, I would do. Oh. Hold up. This should not be right. Let's try this a slightly different way. Okay. Something's wrong. Because that should just be the color. Times either 1 or 0. Okay. That tells me for sure the math here is wrong. Oh. Of course the length is wrong for this. I'm dumb. Hold on. Because it's squaring both and then square rooting. That, yeah, no, that. Oh, dum-dum. There we go. That's what I needed. Okay. Whoop. I don't think that's right. Yeah, that's way too bright. Okay. That seems rightish to me. It's like I'm hitting a floor effect. Yeah, so what it looks like is happening is the values here are so low that they're rounding down to 0. But that should not be happening. So, out of curiosity, if I go all the way up to 256, do I get just the source image? Because if not, then I know there's a bigger problem. Why you no show? No change. Okay. So that... What does that mean? What does any of this mean? No change. This... Using this image is fine. Like feeding that directly into the vectors, that seems fine. Channel times color times code. Add on jitter round it. And side the color. X by a ratio of C. Could get a checkerboard. If I don't round this, the result should be nothing changes. Where's that rounding down? Did it? Like, if that doesn't add up. Hold on. I'm multiplying by 16. I have an idea. Show me the source image first. Oh. Okay. R goes to 0. Makes sense. But okay, so that's theoretically going down to 1, not 0. Times 1 times 15. That should just be 16 out of 6. Dang it. Let me see something. Let me pull up my YouTube VODs. Press channel. Apparently I did not title it Dither or Posterize. That was back in June. I might still be able to find it. See, we're working on object pooling. Huh. Oh! Found it. Hold up. I found the video. Tempting shaders in compositing. Thank you. Mixamo stuff. What did I do? There we go. Enjoy the stream inception. Did I get a result that I was happy with? I'm seeing dark outputs. Okay, hold on. Is this why I gave up? This might be why I gave up. Because I kept getting this whole issue. I thought I had a good result at one point, though. No. I think the issue was that I got to this point, and then I came to the conclusion that this wouldn't work because I thought this was being applied relative to the values in the image, but that wasn't true. So my conclusion there was incorrect, but this still may not work, regardless. Because the next stream was just me messing up object pooling over and over again. Just in case, let's check it. I don't think I did any Blender stuff, though. I was having a very lazy week for this. Yeah, this was right into object pooling, the early days of object pooling. Never mind. Let me check. Oh, that's not right. Open, closed. Okay, we're good. We're good. Let's do some checking. So I've got black and white. So based on that factor, I should let's go add a rounding. It should not be necessary. But just in case something wonky's happening, I want to see just that. Okay. I think that's vaguely what I expect to see. Just to make sure. I think that's right. My brain's trying to interpret it as gray, but I think that's just a brain thing. I don't think that's an actual thing. Those are not the colors I said. Those are definitely not the right colors. What the heck? It's different. Okay, so it just doesn't output the color that I asked for, like, at all. That seems utterly bizarre to me. And that could be why this isn't working. Render. a solid color. Oh. Fired solid background. Oh, no. Place render with solid color. Enable transparent background. Replace transparent render background with solid color in Blender. Enable transparent film. Find your render layers. No. Why are you ignoring what I'm saying? Don't want to replace a background. Want to replace the render in its entirety. Bypass the render layers node. The transparency map as a mask. What? RGB node, select the desired color in RGB node. Drag the color output wire from RGB directly into the output of the composite. Tried method 1, let the output color not match specified color specified in the RG. Parentheses happen because Blender applies global color management view transform. Final output of the compositor transforms compressed color values to 3D. I don't think that's actually true. Only need this flat solid color or doing entirely 2D work. Turn off free tone mapping. Render property. Color management. Color management. That's closer to what I'm asking for. Change AGX to standard. This had better not be what's causing the problem. Holy cow, this had better not be. I actually want to check that in Blender 4.2. Okay, so maybe all of my colors have been off in perpetuity because of this. That would be awful. That factor. Why is that? Right. Explain. I just did it wrong. Okay. Now getting the colors I expect. Oh. What? Hold, please. Oh, my input is gone. Okay. That's even worse. How is it worse? Dot product mod 2, that's all correct. Just the factor. That down there so it's not fighting stuff. Checking image. Done by the color mount. Add the dither. Correct the dither. It. Wide. Hold up. I want to see something from one of the previous renders. Just because I'm now increasingly concerned about how these have come out given that setting. Where did I put that? Tab? Yes. Hey, there still needs work. I'm hanging in there. But Blender is being excessively Blender, and I think I just learned a thing where all of my renders have been garbage up until now because of a setting that I was totally unaware even existed. Hold on a second. Let me get a render going so we can see, have a baseline so you can see what's happening. Oh, why are you dying? What's the problem? No, no. Son of a gun. Well, while we wait on that, how are you doing? Finishing up a project. Nice, nice, nice. What is that garbage? The heck happened? Why are you dumb? Why is it blurry? Why is it blurry? Film. What the hell happened? Oh no. Hold on. Hold on. Don't save. Don't save. Do not save that. Okay, I need to open old Blender. Something changed between 4.2 and 5.1 that is doing dangerous stuff. So, hold up. Okay, we got this version of Blender. Open. Tab. Okay. Make sure this loads correctly before doing anything else. And considering all that's going on over here, I'm gonna save and close this. Close that because that was garbage created by AI. Alright, so also even the shadows are different. And I get a render. Thank you. So, you may notice that the colors don't... They look pretty close, but it turns out it's a lie. Because supposedly what we actually want to see is this. Oh, so that's also changing like the texture color. So standard should show the true color. But yeah, apparently I've been getting color modifications I didn't know about because of that setting. Okay, now why when I upgrade does my render look like crap? So this is 521 or 512. What's happening? The hell did they do to Blender? Okay, that looked very close to what it was before. Maybe slightly cleaner in some places, slightly messier in some others, but still should work. But it's blurred as all get out. Oh. And my add-on doesn't work anymore. My, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, it's not installed on this version. That's fine. That's fine. But this camera should still be working. Like, the camera has not changed. Okay, talk to me about this camera. Those are the same. Upgrading from Blender 4.2, renders are now blurry. Port blur, no. TV next MIP mapping. That would do it. Render properties, film, filters. Wait, what? Oh, I'm in the wrong one. Film. Yep. Blurry. Don't understand this guy's obsession with using Post-its. What is this? Oh, is this from your class? Just in case, I won't show it on screen, but I'll explain. Let me actually do this. I'll bring up a different visual that should be similar. Systems thinking. And if I can find this exact thing just by Googling, then it's fine to show. Well, all right. It showed on Google, so we're doxing your teachers. So let's see what they say about Post-it. Draw behavior over time graphs, yeah. Storytelling stage. Most of the energy is focused on the pressures of the current moment. Move to... Where was posted? Oh. To begin to connect the present to the past and move from seeing events as recognizing patterns over time. Sure, that's a very verbose way of saying considering cause and effect throughout a process, but sure. Draw only one variable per graph on a post-it note, so it can be easily moved around in the steps that follow. Okay. I don't have a problem with this. See what else they say about them. They only mentioned post-its twice. Hold on, what is this obsession you're talking about? Begin by reviewing the story graphs and focusing statements. See if they follow the storyline of an archetype. If so, draw the loop diagram for that archetype. Place the post-its of variables. Using post-its is odd. Why? Why is post-its odd? Explain. Why you gotta be judging him? No, but seriously, why is it odd to refer to post-its? Because I have done the same thing and there's a very specific reason I do so. So I want, before I taint the conversation with my preconceptions, I want to hear your reasons for thinking it's odd. What the heck is causing blurriness? That'll work. Just throw that out there. Okay. Limiting alpha, not cause a blur. Blur from there. Huh? So, did they literally just swap how alpha over worked? Tell me they did not do that. I'm gonna lose my mind. I think that's what they did. Which means I now have to go through every alpha over in every file. Hold on. Let me just ask. Did Blender change the order of alpha over parameter? Alpha over... No, Blender did not change the relative top-bottom logic. But it has relabeled and modernized socket descriptions across versions. I need to go back. I want to see what's going on there. Chapter 4.2. What are the inputs of alpha over no positive? For the background. Line layer that goes right. Bottom, second slot. This is the foreground. Background, foreground. Five dot one. Positor, alpha over node, background, 2 over foreground. Let's try adding a new alpha over node. Going fresh. Yeah, so this... This is just not working as described at all. Time out. Help me out here. The shadow. Hold on. Add input color. I am so confused. So, for reference on why I'm confused, if I route this sprite over here, this is it. So then what this node is supposed to do is layer this node on top of it. But that looks like this. So layering it on top of something shouldn't do that. I updated. I don't know what to do. Because that's impossible. I feel like there might be a faster, more effective ways. Oh, then using post-its? Sorry, I got kind of drawn in. Like what? Like what is more effective at visualizing variables on a graph and positioning than something you can physically move around? Like, it's all well and good to say, I feel like there's got to be a better way. Okay, propose it. Alpha over is creating blur. I can make bot graphs in Office program and then move them if I want to. Okay. In what setting are you typically applying this concept? Like, is this something that you're typically doing alone? Is this something you're typically doing in a small group? Is this something you're doing typically as part of your job on a big team? Is this something that you typically would do when presenting something? Like, what is the normal setting for where you would apply these practices? I think let's start there. Probably done in groups. Okay. Now, when done in a group, what's easier and simpler? Having a piece of software running on a computer that you move around with a mouse, or post-it notes on a wall? What's going to be easier in that group setting? Post-its are kind of small though to see. You may need glasses then. Because, like, you have glasses? Because post-it notes, like, storyboard with post-it. Like, if you can't tell where a post-it note is at a distance of, let's say, 10 feet, I think that might be a you problem. Seeing the graph on it, but you're not putting a graph on the post-it note. The advice here had nothing to do with putting the graph on a post-it note. Draw only one variable per graph on a post-it note. Hold on. Let me read this again. Behavior over time. In the storytelling stage, most of the energy is focused on the pressures of the current moment. With the behavior over time graphs, however, we begin to connect the present and the past to move from seeing events to recognizing patterns over time. Draw only one variable per graph on a post-it, so it can be easily moved around in the steps that follow. Time frame should span from past up to present, but it also includes future projections. So I read this one way first. Rereading it now, this paragraph means nothing. This doesn't actually tell you what to do. Okay. You now want to describe the systemic structures that are creating the behavior patterns you identified. Systems archetypes are an easy way to blah, blah, blah. Begin by reviewing the story, graphs, focus statement. See if they follow the storyline of an archetype. If so, draw the loop diagram for that archetype. Place the post-its of the variables in the diagram. So here, they're not referring to post-its of the BOT graphs. They're saying the post-its of the variables. So in my mind, this would just be the variable on a post-it note. So X on a post-it note. That's what I'm envisioning for this. And he says a graph though? Where? If you're referring to up here, this does not say to draw a graph on the post-it note. That's not what this sentence says. I get why someone might read it that way because the grammar here is very poor in terms of not being precise language. Like I said before, this sentence doesn't tell you what to do. Because you could parse this sentence in manner A. It could mean draw each variable on a post-it note. You could do that. That's one way of reading this sentence. Another way is draw something on a post-it note. We're not going to tell you what, but the thing you're drawing, make sure it only has one variable. Those are the only two ways I can see to read this statement. And if it's supposed to be interpreted the first way, then this is written incorrectly. And if it's supposed to be interpreted the second way, this is written correctly. It's just useless because you don't know what you're supposed to draw on the post-it note. Hold on, maybe something in here connects them that I'm missing. At this point, you want to create a statement that will help channel energy during the rest of the process. That's an awful sentence. The statement may involve a picture of what people want, or a question about why certain problems are occurring. At Bijou, for example, the focusing statement was, "We're pretty good at solving each problem as they're rising, but why are these problems recurring with greater frequency and intensity?" Okay. This is a weird lesson. And these visuals are useless. Bijou, crisis management efforts had in, like, this is really poorly worded. Hold on. Let's do this. Systems thinking, board that posted. Apps. Okay, so here's a simple one. Let's see what the variables are here. Go away. Huh? Let me make sure we're talking about the same thing. Okay. What is the overall lesson? 6 steps to thinking systematically or systemically. Okay, hold on. Thought diagram. I'm trying here, chat. I'm trying to help. I'm really trying to piece this together with, like, no background. And I need to specifically not get this website. Like, I need to rule out your class, because I think your professor may just have their own special way of talking. And, like, a lot of professors have their way of talking, and they may not realize that there's a disconnect between them and the student. This was just an article we had to use. It wasn't from the professor. Okay. Good. I have not doxed your professor. Awesome. I guess, first of all, when is your professor's next office hour so you can just ask? I think I'm just going to mostly ignore that article. I have other articles that are better at explaining everything. That's fair. Yeah, that's hard to read. Now, what's the course name that this is for? I want to make sure I'm not, like, narrowing down too much by using that author's wording. And yes, I have kind of given up on Blender for tonight because what the hell? Maybe I need everything to be straight alpha. Oh. Huh. That's so weird. Anyway. Introduction to Systems Thinking and Application. Okay, so putting systems thinking in here should not be too overly specified. Let's filter out this website specifically. Got behavior over time graph. Okay. What are we calling this? 15? 30? God. Okay. There's something called a loop diagram. And loop diagram is not a behavior over time diagram. So I am okay. Causal loop diagram. Okay. You'll notice I'm not finding any examples that have behavior over time graphs in them. Let me try adding in behavior over time. See if we find something. There is one there. You mean this one? Upper right. Right, but notice these are not the same, like the behavior over time is not included in the diagram, is what I'm saying. But I'm also not seeing where variables are denoted. dot graph isn't in the loop. Yes, I got that, but remember, we're trying to reflect back on the article you linked, where you're saying that the graphs are on the post-it notes that are being placed in the graph. And I'm trying to find any example that would corroborate that interpretation. A loop. These arrows illustrate how a change in one variable impacts others. For terms, it helps to see how different parts of the system interact to create behaviors, whether negative or positive. Okay. I'm starting to think that your interpretation of what that person wrote may be correct. It's just insane. And, like, it's an insane interpretation, or it's an insane thing to suggest to do, and it's very, very poorly worded. Like, both of these are problems. Also, not all systems are a loop, my dude. I'm trying here, but there are just no examples of this. Okay, hold on. We got something. We got something. Okay. We got behavior over time stuff. Cool. Okay. Each variable name must be a noun or noun phrase. For wait, what is CLD? A causal loop diagram, that's right, yeah. For some reason my brain just dropped the middle word of that. Okay. I think my brain's trying to exit my head. The thing is, these graphs do show behavior over time. It's in a very simplistic way, like a very reductive representation of it. But it's absolutely showing behavior over time. Deer population, as it increases, is going to cause more deaths. Also, increased deer population also means more births. As there's more births, that causes more deer population. As there's more deaths, that causes less deer population. Obviously, this is a very simple structure here, but it can also mean the opposite. Help me out there, what do you mean? It can also mean decreasing. Well, I assume that is why plus is for increasing, minus is for decreasing. Like I said, increased deaths per year means decreased deer population. Plus doesn't mean increasing necessarily. Okay, what does plus mean? It means that the change is going in the same direction. Well, yeah, but that's very much the same thing, just stated slightly differently. Like, in an academic setting, you are correct. I think for common parlance, the way people are going to more easily interpret this is, yes, I understand. As deer population decreases, the number of deaths will decrease. I understand. I do get that. That's very much just the other side of the coin of what I said before, though. Regardless, there are no behavior over time graphs here. It's been reduced down to a plus or a minus. Also, these are separate variables. Like, deaths per year is not the same variable as deer population. So, like, this isn't depicting behavior over time at all. Hold on. Where are they saying behavior over time stuff? Going to behavior over time graph. Modelers turn their attention to the underlying system driving that behavior. Hold on. Use causal loop diagrams to show variables. Causal links, link polarity, loop polarities, to describe the feedback structures that drive system behavior over time. Okay. So, to re-explain this in a way that people will absorb better, the behavior over, or the causal loop graph, or causal loop diagram depicts the interactions in the system. It describes all of the interactions regardless of time. I'm really not sure why you would put your behavior over time graphs in it. I'm trying to parse like where that would even go. So the whole point of these diagrams is to describe feedback structure. I gave up on that article. I haven't yet. Partially because I am avoiding Blender. This is my break. So, and it's worth noting, none of the examples here have behavior over time graphs in them. So, your break is a deciphering a badly written article? Yes. Yes. Because I can do better at this than I can at Blender right now. Really don't like Blender right now? Correct. So, storytelling stage most current move to behavior over time graphs, however, we begin to connect the present, past, from seeing events, recognize patterns. Okay. I think I understand how to read this sentence now. I think I finally understand it. So, you have a set of graphs, your behavior over time graphs. Take the variable on each of them and write that on a post-it note. And we're gonna use that somehow later. That's the only way I can parse this, given all of the extra information we have. This is an awful sentence. It's a terrible, terrible sentence. Now, do they actually tell you where to put the damn post-it notes? Like, I'm sorry, I'm having a moment here reading this. So, see if it follows an archetype. If it does, draw the loop diagram for that archetype. First of all, why are you assuming that there's a preset archetype for this? That's nonsense. That's insanity. Like, assuming that is going to lead you, or like, seeing if it follows an archetype. Okay, well, if it doesn't follow an archetype, I guess you're just up a creek, shall we say. None of what he said on behavior over time transferred to the loop diagram. Yes. Well, specifically the variable names did. I think the variable names here are B1, B2, B4, and R3. Those aren't variable names? What the heck are those? Those indicate the type of loop. So that's like your archetype or something? Oh. B means balancing loop. Oh. R means reinforcing. Okay, so those are your archetypes. I guess these nodes within the diagram are your variables. Improvement and redesign efforts is a variable, I guess. That is no. So, hold on. Behaviors within the company are your variables, I believe. Yes, which can be increased. Yes. Okay, so these nodes are your variables. And so you've analyzed. Okay. So you on the previous episode of Systematic Thinking, we talked about behavior over time graphs. And one of those was the behavior over time of rewards for heroism. Oh man. Now we're going to look at how that variable interacts within a system. Place your sticky note for that variable within the system. Oh. Okay. Where did this come from? Who created this? And how can I guarantee that I never recommend anything from this person or organization ever again? Like, I'm sure they are lovely people. Internationally recognized speaker, author, and practitioner in the fields of systems thinking, organizational learning, and leadership. Okay. So I've talked to a whole bunch of really high up powerful people in various corporations. That does not mean that I'm good at what I do. I happen to be good at what I do, but having a resume like this does not mean you're good at what you do. Trying to find something. Oh god. Nope, we're not going down this rabbit hole. Not happening. Okay. Okay, what is this company? I don't think this is the same one. Thank you, though. Business consulting and services company that operates Thinker. Operates officially through Boop and Boop. Occasional. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying to find just anything to understand, like, who they are, have they had success? Hold on. I don't want to, like, put someone on blast unnecessarily. Hold up. Okay. It's a small consulting company. And like, obviously, guys, if you're seeing this at some point, leave these people alone. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see much evidence that they're actively working on stuff now. Where was... Hold up. I lost it. Where are you? Okay, I'm gonna look up one of the authors to try and learn a little bit more. But I don't necessarily want to show all of that. Okay, apparently there's other people in the space that I can find very easily. No, that's not the same person. Yeah, that's the other reason. If I end up searching the wrong person on LinkedIn, I don't just want to have a live stream recorded forever that has the wrong people being shown. What was the company name again? Hold on. All right, Leverage Networks. I found private equity people. That's not the right one. There's so many people with this name. So many people. Oh heavens. Okay, let's try the other person because they have a more unique name. And right now chat's just like, what is happening? This is a better graph. This is the same type of graph, but better explained. You know, good at explaining this concept. Hold please. Can I find this person with any reliability? Well, if I found the right person, which is a big if, they don't have any of their work history listed, at least not publicly. Nope. Yeah, I'm getting nothing as like there. Nope. Let's see, what is this graph? We're just gonna judge everyone tonight. Okay. Shifting the burden addiction. Shifting the burden. Problem is solved by applying a symptomatic solution. B1 that diverts attention away from more fundamental solutions. 2. An addiction structure, a shifting the burden degrades into an addictive pattern. which these side effects get so entrenched that it overwhelms the original problems. Okay, this is not explaining the original thing. This is going a step further and analyzing these diagrams. Problem symptoms are usually easier to recognize than other elements of the structure. The side effect has become the problem, maybe dealing with addiction structure. Whether a solution is symptomatic or fundamental often depends on one's perspective. What? Hold on. I don't know about that. I mean, I guess if you are trying to create these diagrams from a finite perspective, sure. But then that just means that there's a flaw in your creation of the diagram. Or the problem from differing perspectives in order to come to a more comprehensive understanding of fundamental solution may be. Okay. Yes. But I mean, this is the basic stuff that every consultant does when brought in to help a company. Like this is so fundamental to the concept of process improvement that most people do this without ever articulating it in these academic ways. Oh god, I'm not, nope. This is enough. It's enough. I'm getting out. I'm bailing. Okay. What is happening? Yeah, the background image doesn't have anything. Ooh. Hold on. Let me try something real quick. Oh, nope. Add color, separate. Actually, set alpha. Alpha, go to 0. Color, vert alpha, remix. Something impossible is happening here. Out of just morbid curiosity. Okay, so that doesn't blur it. Huh. Under. Over. Node. Causing blur. And what? One thing I should take a quick look at. Right to me. Actually, it doesn't. Hold on. That. Why is that blurry? Why? That doesn't make any sense. Render is blurry, but short. Furry, because of an overly aggressive denoiser. Where is that? Likely caused by specific real-time rendering features like motion blur. Motion blur is disabled. Turn off camera depth of field is disabled. Increase a render sample. Is already high enough. pixel filter is set to 0.1. Verify that the resolution slider is set to. Let me make sure this is rendering how I expect though. Oh. That. What? Since when did all of this become just garbage? Like, what? Output property. Resolution slider is already at 100%. Settings are already ruled out. The problem is most likely a hidden global preference mismatch feature specific to E or real-time pipeline. Preferences viewport. Limit size. Property. Sampling. Where? Properties sampling. It's not here. My dude. Playing? Port. Oh. Okay. What? There is no denoising option. Sure, property, sampling. Ray tracing, screen trace resolution. properties, ray tracing. Ray tracing is disabled. Might be running at your monitor's native high DPI resolution. Output. Or significantly lower. Okay. Let's try output. Oh. Try a different way of asking this. Blender shadow has hard edge in viewport, but soft edge in render. Think you're sampling. Final render. For properties, sampling for shadows. Turn off the soft shadow. Or calculate soft blur. Light radius. There we go. Was that even an option before? Or better question, does that fix anything? No. Okay. I'm at a loss, guys. I'm at an absolute loss. And I'm not getting anywhere on this. Like, save. I upgraded Blender from 4.2 to 5.2 and over on ground image appears blurrier than the source. Foreground element appears blurrier because the background socket sets the canvas resolution. Oh. If the top socket has a lower resolution, lower aspect ratio than your foreground source, Blender resampling pulls the foreground down. Was this a chain that came after Blender 4.2? For one and earlier, the old compositor engine dynamically inferred sizes. Could often extend the canvas for auto-wrap elements. Starting with 4.2, the compositor will rewritten to unify the sequence with... No, but... Here we go. Blender progressed from that 5 series, the developer aggressively cleaned up legacy auto-handling toggles, aligned with standard behavior found in pre-compositors like Nuke. Instead of No trying to guess mask alpha mismatch, matches automatically, users are now expected to implicitly paint and explicit vert alpha node, tail node beforehand. Let's don't match perfectly. Positing a smaller background, high resolution foreground requires a dummy canvas framework blur. But a blank image node. Set the resolution to desired target output. The alpha to 0. Okay. Output 1080, 1080. Ignore that for now. They are the same resolution. Bear alpha over. My background. Foreground. Beautiful. So that was the issue. Maybe. Oh. Hold up. Shadows on. What the hell? Okay, that. Maybe it's shifting it up into the left or something. How can I edit that in? Two. Okay. Blender is hell on earth. Second alpha over down the line to layer your actual foreground. Establish resolution frame. What is that? Hold up. I think I might have found the issue. Hopefully. I don't remember that, but it's here. That's not the problem. Those shadows are not the same color. But that could be my fault. Shadow color is an as it should be. Not the same color shadow. Yeah, this is the last test. After this, I'm calling it. Like, obviously I need to spend more time on this because I think I do want to upgrade Blender. Man. Could not be installed. The prerequisite. That's fine. There's different. I don't know, but I think I'm done. Let me just double check one little bit. Closure 0, gamma 1. Yeah, those are not even close. Okay. Maybe we won't be upgrading. And I'll just have to figure out another way. Or I'll try another version of Blender. That's probably what we should do tomorrow. Oh, don't save any of this. We'll try a different version of Blender tomorrow because something's super wonky there. And maybe it was just a bad version of Blender. Okay. I will make sure to get a new version for tomorrow. At the very least, I've recreated the basic logic of those shaders. Just a question of why it's not working. And one thing no, I'm not considering that. I just had a thought and then realized that's an awful, awful, awful idea. I was thinking, oh, I'll just put this shader in my game. No, because this is something that is static. It should be pre-processed, if at all possible. All right, but that is going to do it for tonight. So, everyone, thank you all so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please give the video a share. Maybe you know someone that wants to learn game dev along with us, or maybe you know someone that just wants to see me live through Blender hell. Also, an extra special thank you to my supporters on Ko-fi. You all so much. And above all, guys, hope y'all have an outstanding day. Take care, everyone.